everyone.
How are you doing?
We're doing great. Looks
Awesome.
like you guys have got what we had. You're about to step in a mud puddle.
Oh yeah, this is dried out.
Really, that's good. We had a lot of rain here, but a lot of wind too, and it's been really good. I have not seen it. I can't remember a time when I've seen mid-October, and it looks like April with green grass starting to come back.
Yeah.
It's incredible. So I'm getting some horses rode. As of yesterday, I rode a little bit on a horse. I haven't been able to get on him for a week because of all of the horrible wind conditions. You know, one of those safety things that you just don't do with a new horse. And I'm glad to see that you're kind of in the same spot today there like we are. It's nice and calm and sunshiny and starting to warm up.
Mhm. Yeah, it's definitely nice. So this stays this way for a little while and dries out our pasture.
Well, let's forge ahead. How did you do with him last week?
We did pretty good, actually. Very calm session, kind of short. But we did run into a couple things I thought were pretty interesting. Talked a little bit about this a second ago, but went back to picking up his feet, and what I did was front feet, and then I went back to the back feet, and he was really good about picking up his back feet. I picked him out, I stretched him out, brought him forward, and then set him down, and then every time after that, he would really pick his leg up kind of violently, really kick it up. I don't think that he was trying to kick me. It didn't seem like he wanted to, or he would have, but I thought that was it. And then another thing we ran into, working on groundwork with him, going to the right, is he's been very sticky on this front right leg. He just kind of wants to plant it. He doesn't want to move forward. He wants to lean into me. So that's kind of what we've run into so far.
Okay, that sounds. Could we have you demonstrate picking up those hind feet? Will he do it today, or is he still consistent about it?
I mean, I just cleaned him out. He was pretty good, but let's see. See how he gets.
Let's pick his front up first. Sorry, let's telegraph. Let's give him a lot of. Looks like I'm a little delayed on you, or maybe you didn't hear me. There you go. What we're going to do is kind of telegraph what we're going to do and kind of put him through the paces, and he knows you're going to pick his feet up. So.
Yeah, you see how sticky he was there?
Yeah.
Just wants to lean on his leg.
Yep.
Boy. He picked it up nice, though.
Yeah, he reached back and smelled you a little bit. Kind of normal. Okay. Go ahead and drop it down whenever you're comfy. And then we'll go to the back. Does he when you picked up that hind leg, did he pick it up kind of really hard or really quick every time? Or was it just a couple of times then he quit?
Only after the first time, and he never quit doing it. The
Okay.
first time's good. And then every time after that, he would pick it up even faster than that and higher, and then kind of kick out a little.
Okay.
Boy. That was better.
Have you...
Go ahead.
Did you work with him? Did you work him kind of hard or anything like that? I'm trying not to go two ways here. The reason my question is, did he get a little bit of overwork? Was he kicked, by another horse? I see he's got a mark on his side that I don't know it's mud or maybe just a scrape from another horse fighting him. So there's two possibilities. Maybe he's a little sore when he extends that leg or flexes it a lot. And so he kind of picks it up and it's kind of irritating to him. I don't think so. Otherwise, he really wouldn't want to pick it up, right?
Yeah.
The other thing is, you would be surprised how when you telegraph what you want, they know you're going to pick it up. They get to where they will lift that foot up for you ahead of time, and they'll pick it up and hold it for you, or act like they're going to hold it for you and then maybe drop it down. But they kind of will do one side or the other. They kind of get confused in their head sometimes. It's funny that you'll work on his off side like you're on right now, and then you move over to his near side hind, and he'll pick that off foot up again. It's like, oh, kind of the neurons didn't quite snap to the other side. So they will do that. They'll pick it up for you. If he didn't try to take it away from you or didn't actually kick out, that might be what he's doing.
Okay.
Usually they don't want to take it and hold it for you. They'll want to take it away from you if they're, trying to dominate you or just resist you and say no.
Good boy. Yeah, as far as working him hard, we did a couple new exercises that I had been practicing with my own horse, just experimenting, and so I wonder if maybe that would have an effect on him.
So you did something that we didn't talk about?
Yeah, well, we did basically everything we've been doing, but I was walking next to him.
Yeah.
And driving him from the side. And so I don't know if maybe that was confusing for him because he's never done it before. And maybe that translated back down to his feet because that's something really basic that we've... It seems like...
Probably not. My suspicion is, because I look at him right now, his ears are very calm. He's just trusting you to stand there. He's not on alert or anything like that. He doesn't look like he's upset. That mouth is nice and calm and supple. He's not trying to get away. So my suspicion is that maybe he was just trying to pick that up. And you changing that up a little bit probably ruined him for life. But
clearly.
No, I'm kidding. You know that. Sometimes they will, maybe feel a hitch in their get along. Maybe he got kicked. Work him a little bit harder, and you didn't work him hard. It's not like you're just doing some basic stuff. So Who knows? If they do it consistently and they're usually trying to take it away from you, that's an issue. But if they'll pick it up, I've had people, I've watched them go to pick their horse's foot up, and the horse will pick it up as they walk up to it because they've been doing it, and they will scold them for acting like they're going to kick. And they're completely misreading that horse. The horse is not at all assertive or aggressive or trying to ward them off. They're just picking that foot up, and they don't pick it straight up. They'll pick it kind of up and out or hold it up, and it just kind of hangs there. They act like they're getting ready to kick, but it is not. You have to take that all in context. And when they're standing there like he's standing right now, there is nothing there about his posture, an attitude that is threatening at all.
Well, it sounds like he maybe was having an off day, or like you said, was sore somewhere, because he's a lot better now.
Yeah. And you're doing the right thing. You're taking note of that, and then if you need to work it, you work it. But and it doesn't sound like you didn't misinterpret what he was doing at all. It's just something odd, and that's a good heads up thing to recognize, and then try to say, oh, okay, let's move on and see what we're doing.
Mhm. Yeah. So, well, at least maybe I just need to practice a little bit more because I haven't worked a lot with his feet because he was so good about it that I kind of let it go. Because when we were working with him before, he would pick them up right up.
Yeah.
So.
No, and they will regress at times too. If you're working on something and they get it, and then you move on to something else, and you come back and you go, "What? I've never done this before. What is this you try to teach me?" So they do play those games. But he was clearly trying to pick it up, so it wasn't like he was not doing that. Okay, well we are progressing and getting close to having you step up on him. So let's go ahead and do it. What all you were doing, and talk us through what you're doing as you're doing it, how he has changed, or if you've picked up some other habit or something that you've noticed about him.
Okay. We'll start with the bridle.
Let's talk about that bit. Tell us about that bit.
Okay. So I've switched him back to this full cheek miler, and this is a level 3 wider roller, or is a level 1 wider?
If Jake can pan in on it, I can probably tell you.
pretty.
Oh, it's okay. That looks like a level 1. It's pretty narrow. Kind of nutcracker it down a little bit, fold it up, and show us. Tip it up so I can see it, how far it bends. Yeah, that looks like that actually looks like a level 2.
Okay.
And it's okay. It's irrelevant, really. What it's going to do is just have more action in the mouth if the level 1, which means it can fold more. A level 3 folds less, and I have actually never used a level 3 because it is getting closer to like a mullen bit where you just have a solid mouthpiece that doesn't move a heck of a lot.
Okay.
And
he's been a lot better about the bridling and putting the reins over his head, which is awesome.
Good.
Throw his head way up. And he used to kind of try to avoid the bit. He's not doing that as much. So when I've been practicing, I've been keeping the bridle on the whole time.
Good. It doesn't hurt him to wear that thing all day long. If you're on a ride, they're gonna wear it all day long too.
Okay.
So don't worry about that.
We did saddle up or anything. We just did some groundwork with the bridle. But one thing I noticed is anytime that I touch the bridle, it seems okay now. But if I start touching this bit or touching his halter or anything like that, one thing I've been trying to do is just have him bend a little bit, just like this. He seems actually pretty good about it now. But the day that he was not doing well with his feet, he was throwing his head in the air every time I touched his face like this.
Okay, I wonder if he didn't trip, fall, twist, do something, and maybe just kind of tweak his back.
Okay.
Because when you pull his head from side to side, the way the spine and all of the ligaments and muscles of the spine run along that, when you pull on his head or pull it around like that, you're going to pull those muscles all the way to the root of his tail.
Okay.
So we're the old thing, the ankle bone's connected to the elbow bone.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same way with these muscles. And when you pull and you flex that whole body, you're going to engage those muscles one way or the other. If you notice that, look at his offside hip. Look how much that moves when you pull his head around.
Oh yeah, it does move a lot.
Yeah, it does. You bet it does. It's all connected. And the same thing when you're on their back and pushing that back down, that will make a lot of difference in how they carry themselves. That's why, particularly with gaited horses, when we start in this gaiting process, when we get to that point, it's extremely important where you ride on their back, how the saddle fits, whether your feet are more under you or whether you're sitting with a too short of a stirrup and pushing yourself back on their back. There's a lot of variables there that can really affect them and how they move.
So one thing with saddling is we haven't gotten quite to the point where he just doesn't move at all. I mean, he's doing really, really good, but he'll still toss his head up and kind of sit in instead of staying relaxed through the whole process. So I've been just trying to slow it down. I don't know if there's anything specific I can do to help him through that. I mean, he's had saddle many times. Every time I move it, you see his head comes up in the air.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting thing to bring up because you would think that intuitively that if I want him to accept something that he's had done to him probably 100 times now or more, that if he's not doing it, I need to slow it down. Well, intuitively, that's what you would think. In fact, when you slow it down, he's accepting that okay to the point where he's comfortable, but you're not working beyond his comfort level. So when they do that, you're gonna have a time where you're gonna kind of work through that, and he's gonna move. But throwing that thing on more and more and quickly, and throwing it up high, and then just catching it so it doesn't just smack on his back, but moving that saddle around a lot and swinging it get him used to that and comfortable with that, and he will start to learn to stand more because he's comfortable with it. It's no, he's not going to hurt him, but he's still moving around. I know it's not intuitive, but again, it's one of those things that, we talked about earlier, that a lot of things I do doesn't necessarily make sense from a viewpoint of, okay, I need to calm him down, so I need to be calmer. No. Getting to stand, but then just like when you sack him, you get more and more violent about the sacking and more wild about it, and have him stand in spite of it. And that's, I think, probably what you need to work on some more.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. You're right. It is not necessarily intuitive, though.
No, it's not. We're trying to train these horses to respond to anything that we want or anything that happens to them, regardless of how they naturally would respond. So we're desensitizing them, and that's really, in a word, that's all you're doing with that. So sometimes we think, I'll just be really easy, gentle, I'll just kind of work my way through this, and it's not the best thing.
Okay.
You're really not expanding that envelope of acceptance for them.
Okay. Boy.
Good job. Yeah, he's smacking that on his side. It's no problem at all. I noticed our camera's a little jerky this morning. It's like it's not smooth like it has been. I'm not sure if Jake noticed that or not. I'm sure he has. He's working the cameras. Okay, yeah, I didn't know if we had just a camera issue there or something, maybe a connection or something. But anyway, it's certainly doable. It's just kind of a little bit like it freezes and turns loose every tenth of a second or so. Nice, good. He's very accepting of all of that. Outstanding.
Good boy.
I want to go back to, now that you're on his bit right there and you're going to give him a little bit of lateral flexion, this is a good thing. Let me ask you about the bit again. Did you determine the type of metal in that bit?
Oh, I did not.
Shame.
I know. Sorry. Sorry. I can't get out of that one.
You cannot. You cannot. Yeah, that's right. Look at the camera. I'm looking at you. I'm giving you that scoldy look with my eyebrows all twitched aside.
Feel it.
Yeah. Because I think we talked about the difference between stainless and mild steel or sweet iron. Mild steel is the same as sweet iron. It's a steel that will rust. They don't seem to respond quite as well with that, but my point to that is, Ben, we drove that home a lot last time. What I was going to ask you about is where exactly in his mouth does that mouthpiece sit relative to the corner of his mouth? Does he make a wrinkle or two wrinkles or just touching the corner of the mouth?
Is pretty much just touching it. It's pulling back slightly, but there's no wrinkle.
You have redeemed yourself for not knowing what metal's in that bit. Good job. Yeah. A lot of people, I have seen, and it's very funny. Sometimes it's regional. I'll go to teach a clinic in the Midwest, particularly. I found it the most there, and not that I've been, every single state, because I certainly haven't, but I found a lot of horses there, even with curb bits and smooth mouthpieces, that they had to have 3 wrinkles in that horse's mouth before that bit fit. Well, you're pulling that way up in their mouth, and it took a little bit, but if you drop that in their mouth to where it just touches the corner, you're not putting any pressure on it like we spoke before. So doing the work you're doing right now, if you would, instead of just grab that rein and pull him over with it to get some lateral flexion. Yeah, just like you're on his back, only just use the rein now, because really that's not how you're going to communicate when in the saddle. You're not going to reach up and pull that cheek piece. I know how long your arms aren't. I know how long mine are. I got like monkey arms, and I can't reach out there and touch that. So start using your rein. Very good. Give him a pull back just gently. You're doing a great job, by the way. Your hands are nice and light. You're using a thumb and a finger. That's awesome. There you go. Get him to give.
He's doing so much better with this. The last time I worked on this, he was tossing his head, and he didn't want to touch it, or he didn't want me to touch it.
I'm sorry, Taryn. What's the difference, do you think?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't either. That's why I asked. It wasn't a trick question at all.
Well, the way that you were talking about him maybe being in pain, that kind of makes sense to me because this is all in the same day, with him not wanting me to touch the bridle and not wanting me to pick up his back feet necessarily or being weird about it. So I guess that would be my best guess.
That's a very possible that could happen. And the reason I brought that up was, I'm watching some of these horses. Like yesterday, I had a half of them from the outside pasture in the corral, and they were bucking and running and playing, and they buck and twist their whole hind end as they're bucking in the air, and they can pull muscles like we can, So
yeah.
That's very, very possible that happened, and I wish you could see from this angle. It's really good angle from the overhead. You can see the nice gentle curve in his back there, and he had to pull his head or his hind end over to unflex. Very good. Yeah, and that's more likely what has happened with him. So you're doing a great job using that light hand to pull his head over. One of the things I want to make sure and caution you about is that you don't overdo it. Now he just followed your head around and or followed you around with his head when you went over to that pile of gear, and he flexes just fine on his own. We want him to be able to flex when we ask him, but if you overdo that, the lateral flexion, what you'll find is they get rubbernecked, and when you pull them around, you get little to no response. They'll just keep walking forward, and when you've got their nose and you're looking right in eye to eye, and they don't respond like you want them to, like pulling a nice circle or turn one way or the other.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's important to do it. Don't get me wrong. They need to have some lateral flexion and be able to stretch, because we don't want them stiff either. There's that happy in between there. And you would be surprised how little I work on not doing the lateral flexion. If you watch horses that are, and I think arguably are probably the highest performing athletes of most of the equine world, those are cutting horses. And when you watch a cutting horse in action, they're really not turning that much on their neck. They're straight, and they're using their whole bodies to move back and forth off of their haunches.
Yeah, that's true, and they are very fit.
Yes, and very quick. It's just a lot different. So the same thing when we start into making a turn, and we'll get to this later on, but this is where this starts. When you start pulling their head around on the lateral flexion like this, is that you don't want to overdo it, because when you ask them to pick up that rein very lightly, you want them to respond. You want them to start to bring that head around and then follow with the rest of their body.
Okay.
Instead of just a horse that turns, puts his knee or his nose by your knee, is not turning. They're just swapping ends. There's really no control there.
Good boy.
Good job. Yeah, he's good with that, isn't he?
He's going to be my real horse.
It's paid off, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
That is a huge tool. And I really don't know a lot of, not that I sit and watch a lot of other trainers. I don't, but I don't have time, but it's always good to pick up tips from somebody, but I have never ever seen anybody work a rope on a horse like this that my dad taught me. And this is one of those direct things that you are getting to show, and one of those that we really didn't show a lot of people. And it makes an enormous difference on that horse's handleability and how they view things coming around them and on their side.
Well, I feel like sometimes he reacts, but he's very blasé about it.
Yeah, and that's good.
But is he reacting is he actually being reactive, or is he just...
He's just moving because he can move, not because he's saying no to you. I think he's just going through the same old things, like, okay, I've done this before, no big deal. I think there you go. There we go. I think what he might be doing is anticipating that you're going to want to move him around too, and spin him in and out of his ropes. Yeah, okay. He's watching you. He's attentive on you. Is that your puppy?
Yeah. He's obnoxious.
Yes, I used to have a border collie that she was white with a black stripe like that. She's really odd colored, but when I would work a horse in the round corral, she'd come out with me. And then we got about a 20-acre patch right there, and she had her own trail, and she would, as long as I was working a horse, it wouldn't even be close to the corral, but she would run around the perimeter of that thing, and just on her own. And when I quit, she'd quit. It was funny.
Trail too.
Yeah, they got to work.
Usually I put him in office for this kind of thing, but.
Well, this isn't bad. When you go to get on him, we are not going to have him doing this. And we're gonna kind of have a closed set here where we're gonna have a very controlled environment. We want to make sure that you don't get hurt. We said this before. We're getting really close, and I'm gonna have you do something a little bit different with him when we get towards the end of this. But we're going through the same old things, and this is very, very good. It's so repetitive. Again, it's like watching paint dry when this is done right. And you haven't had any blow-ups with him. He hasn't bopped, he hasn't reared, he hasn't kicked, he hasn't done any of these things, and that's the whole idea. Yeah, there we go. Good.
Oh, well.
All right.
Very good.
Okay, good. And that's okay. What you're seeing here, remember I talked about that confusion a while ago about picking their feet up? This is exactly what this is. That he was doing nothing more than reacting to that rope pressure, and he was moving in the direction he thought he could get out of that, and it is actually wrapping himself up. That's part of that neuromuscular confusion that takes place with him sometimes.
Good boy.
Yeah, all around his feet. Yeah, that's perfect. Good.
Boy.
Very good. Now, to help him, I noticed what you did is you put it around his hind end first. And sometimes when you do that, you'll pull from the front, you'll pull the hind end, and they will unwrap. They'll wrap themselves up, or they respond a little bit slower. If you wrap from the front first, especially early in training, and he should be okay with this because you've done this enough, I think, that you'll find that he'll respond better when you wrap around the shoulder first and put pressure there than you do on the hind end.
Okay.
And it should just try it. And most horses it works that way. And when I say that, this is when he'll make me a liar.
We kind of just got into the situation, but I'm kind of just rolling with it.
Exactly. I see you're mostly out of control, but you're maintaining him, and that's what it happens all the time, and that's okay. He doesn't know that he's kind of making things happen here, so you're rolling with it, you're stopping him, and you're doing something different, and that's now you're back in control.
Good boy. But making him stop is the thing to do, right? Not just letting him run around until he slows down.
Absolutely, yeah, because you need to establish control again right away. And it's about who's in control, because if he's moving and doing things, but he doesn't think he's in control, that's okay. But you still need to stop it and make sure you have absolute control, because it's not something you asked for.
Okay.
Remember, when you're married, you're going to have absolute control. Yeah. Well, trust me, I know this. All 5 of my ex-wives tried that with me, and none of them could. I'm kidding. I've only been married 4 times. No, maybe it's twice. I can't remember. There's so many of them.
Boy, Mystery. He's doing really well now.
He's doing good. Yeah, and sometimes you have to work through that, make him stop, put him through some more of the exercises like you're doing, control it, and if you control it once or twice, then let it go.
Okay.
Oh, Celia is giggling. She thought that was funny. Uh-oh, now the lady's typing something.
become the most popular Dunrovin associate.
Who has? You have?
You.
Me? No, I don't think so. That's only because they haven't seen my face. Like I said, I got a face made for radio.
Good boy.
Very good. He's not doing bad at all. Not bad at all.
Good boy. I have to keep reminding myself to not be greedy.
It's hard to do, especially when you're making some good progress, because you want to, if I could wave a magic wand and have all my horses trained and do everything you want, I think I might sell maybe a left leg to have that happen,
Nice.
So, but it can't, and you get greedy because you want to be able to get as far along as you can and make things happen and really do things really, really well. And when you get greedy, sometimes you go the opposite way.
Good boy, Who. Good.
Okay.
Good boy.
Yeah, look at his ears. He's laid back. He's calm. His head's not up. He's aware, but he's not upset with anything.
He's just blinking really hard and.
Yes, blinking, chewing. Is he licking at all or just blinking hard?
No, he's doing his little lip thing just a little bit, but not too bad.
What's he doing? Is it kind of relaxed with his lip, or is he real tight with it?
So, just relax.
Okay. So all signs of acceptance, and that it's no big deal. This is good.
Boy. Scary? The rope scary? Good boy. Ooh. Good boy. Good boy.
Very good. Very good. That's some significant pressure on him, especially at his face, and that's exactly what we want to see him do.
He's licking and chewing now. Good boy.
Good. Very good. And for those that are listening, that's those signs when they blink heavily, when they lick, when they chew, drop their head. All of those kinds of things are signs of acceptance, or that the light bulb came on, and I understand this, and it's much more calming for me. I'm not afraid of this, and it will allow you, when you see that, to progress a little bit further or at least go over that again so that they're calm and quiet and relaxed. Now, sometimes you won't see a horse do that until after you take all of that pressure off. Sometimes some of them do it while the pressure is happening. They start to accept it. Others will hold tight and will not relax or will not show you that until it's completely done. So that's where you have to read your horse.
I was going to ask you about that, too. I'm glad you said because I forgot. That sometimes when I feel like I'm being greedy, it's because I'm waiting for that release or that sign of acceptance. And they don't do it until like you say, until I take everything off of him or leave. So, I don't know. I guess you're right. You just have to learn to read your horse, but it's difficult sometimes because you really want them to have a release. So it's hard to tell when to wait for it and when to walk away.
That is exactly right. You're very perceptive to see that, and I'm glad you did, because what'll happen is if I don't have them show me that they are accepting that or give a release after a bit, I'm kind of working into it a little longer than I think that they should be giving me that signal. Then I'll take that pressure off for a second and let them have that chance to go ahead and accept that and have that emotional release. And when they do, then you know that, okay, they're just holding on to that for a little bit. What that tells me is that they are a little bit anxious about it still. So you've got some work to do, but just know that they're not showing it, so you need to do it more until they do show that. If that makes sense to you, you got to keep doing it, but then give them a chance to have that emotional release so that they accept what's going on or show you they're accepting it. And it just shows you that you're on your way to making that happen. It's just not quite there yet as a kind of a secondary, okay, yeah, this is no big deal type of reaction from them.
Okay.
So very perceptive, Taryn. I'm proud of you for noticing that, and I'm going to ask about that. That's something that people don't recognize, and in order to train these horses well, you have to be tuned into their emotional state, and sometimes their emotional state is what yours is. You will cause them to be there. There you go.
Good boy.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, they're like mirrors.
Yes, they are mirrors. Absolutely, they are.
Good boy.
Now, one of the things that I also do is I keep track in my head which side of the horse that I start on with that pressure. Like right now, you've got him that rope coming down off of his offside, right?
Yeah.
Next time, I start on the near side. I will not do exactly the same thing every time. I'll keep track because they will respond better from one side to the other. When I'm first training them, when I first do this, I want to put that on the side that I think I'm going to get the best response out of them. The side that they're more accepting for you to be on. And then I will turn that once they get that idea what you want, and then I will start working on the harder side, and I will do it from one side to the other, opposite. And I remember how when we tied him around to get him used to that bit and turning in a circle?
Yeah.
Remember how we same way, we varied that from one side to the other. We started with the opposite side than we did the time before. Because you want to build in equal type of reaction. You don't want them just reacting because they did on the other side, and they'll fight it and then figure it out and go, oh, yeah, okay, I did that on the other side. It feels different, but I will do it now. I know what to do. You want them to respond equally the first time you ask them from either side.
Okay.
And it's the same thing with something simple as mounting, because you're going to get on and off on either side, too.
Good boy. Good boy.
Good. Very good.
Good boy. Good horse.
You may have just developed a new niche in horse spas. You could do the rope massage.
Ooh.
Okay. We've got about minutes left. I know we started just a hair late, and we'll probably go about 5 minutes after, so we've got about 15 minutes. And everything looks really good to me. He's calm. He's responding. Sometimes he's, like, there you go. He's anticipating, just like that. Oh, good job. And sometimes they anticipate too soon, and I can't get the rope wrapped around them. I have to cheat to do it. But that's the nature of it. You want them listening to you. So, with that, it's been a while since you drove him, or no?
Yeah, I didn't drive him this week.
You have? Okay, good. How's he been responding?
I'm good. I mainly just tried to do it in hand, which he did well with. Okay.
And how about the backing?
He's good about it, but still, he just wants to over curl his head. It's full. And I feel like it's timing for me. I have to figure that out.
Yeah, timing is a big deal.
Because I guess I'm used to holding up pressure and so something like that. So to pull gently, and then he pulls against me, and that makes him pull harder. So I'm not exactly sure how to get through that, except for just keep practicing.
Just keep practicing. Yes. It'll happen for you. You just gotta be patient and try to control what you can all the way around. You know, I got a question from Celia. It says you always mount from the same side, and I mount from both sides. I never know when I am going to have to mount from the off side, or it's just and even if you never did it for no other reason than you may need to, it's good discipline. Have that horse respond to you on both sides equally instead of just one side. We get lazy and we tend to mount from the side that we tack up on. So that's a very good question. There's been many times I've been in the mountains in the backcountry with a string of horses and just happen to be turning the right way along a mountainside, and if you step off, if you're headed in such a way that you look down to your left and it's a drop off, that's a long step on that first time. I've been off and adjusting pack saddles, and you're on one side of the string, and then you just walk up on the right side. A couple things happen. It's a little bit higher or less of a reach because it's like I'm standing on a step with the terrain higher on that right side or the off side, and so you can just step on, and it's really, really important that they be able to do that and take that. And just do a very quick, hey, I was looking for those the other day. I'm just kidding. No, I got everybody that have been driven. I don't need them. I think not half my tack rooms. I'm just being a little bit hyperbole going on here. But I did think of you the other day. I up the ranch, I saw that my dad's drive lines are hanging on the wall there.
Oh.
And
he's being wrapped up in a rope. He just wants to walk off.
Yeah, he's used to you doing that. See, and this is what happens. You've got a little residual work from this last exercise you did. It happens all the time.
So, how do you help a horse understand to differentiate there? I mean, this is basically the same thing. So he was trying to do the right thing by turning around.
That's right, and you just ignore it and tell him whoa, make him stop, make him stand, get yourself back in control again.
Oh. So it's not really that they're differentiating, but it's that they're listening to your command to whoa or.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And how handy is it to have them whoa when you need them to, right?
Oh.
And he'll there you go. He started to come around, and you felt that. Good job of saving that. Good.
Good boy. Good boy. Oh. Yeah, he just comes all the way down and over bend. Walk. And then I don't even have pressure, and he's pulling his head, trying to rip the reins out, like he's rooting.
Yeah, what he's doing is he's feeling the weight of the rein on that bit, and he's just trying to feel for it. He's just and feeling for you pulling one side to the other. He's just searching. Is essentially what that is.
So ignore it.
Just ignore it. Yep.
Okay.
Just ignore it.
Boy, I think that's been my difficulty. because I'm not ignoring it, because I think of this as rooting.
Yep, and he is. But he's just got to get used to it. If you were to pull on that and try to correct him at this point, then it would cause him to start resisting you.
Okay, I think that's probably where our difficulty has been coming from then.
Yeah, just ignore it. And there's some things you just have to ignore, and it will go away. If he starts pushing you and trying to jerk the reins out of your hand, when he wants to, and you'll feel that difference. You will know it. Then that will be a big difference. Now, I'm having difficulty with my chat about if a horse needed to be trained to do that. I started to write it, and it went away on me. So, Celia, what I'm going to tell you is horses do need to be trained on both sides. They do not associate work on the left side, for instance, or the near side of the horse with how they should act on the off side or right side of the horse. It is something that they just do not associate. It needs to be done through experience, and that's why if you were to do no work on one side of the horse and only on a single side, and then you try to do something that they are very good at on the other side, it will not work. It's going to be an absolute train wreck, because it's like he's never done it before, because he hasn't. Anatomically, in the brain of the horse, what I've been told there was a couple of different vets that told me this, that there are less synaptic crossovers from each hemisphere in a horse's brain than there are for instance, like humans. We tend to reason a little bit more, that area of the brain, but the left brain and right brain are not near as connected. They need to experience what's going on instead of being able to associate. I know it's a long-winded question, but yes, they need to be trained to do it. Tell me to shut up. Can't do it, not from here.
Okay, so ignoring him rooting has helped a lot.
Good.
And it's a little bit.
Okay.
Turning to the right, going really well.
Okay.
Turning to the left, not so much.
Okay. Part of the reason, there you go. Part of the reason is when you tried to turn to the left there, you had pressure on that right rein. You got to completely throw that rein, and that's where you got to slide them through your hands and kind of draw them through your hands. And one of the things you're also doing, there you go, that's better. Let go of that right rein. There, you dropped it. Better? And he's going to be a little harder on one side than he is the other. That's just natural. That's normal. I've never had a horse that I can think of that was absolutely even one side to the other. They're always a little bit stickier on one side than the other. And I know it's muddy in there and it's sloppy. If you can try to work behind him a little bit more, you're going to have better luck managing your reins. So follow him at a distance, and he is not going to kick you, but try to let those reins go.
I'm not really worried about him kicking me. I'm worried about, I think I've figured out our problem.
And what is that?
I didn't do it right.
Okay, now cue up and look at the camera with that goofy look on your. That's the look. I'm over here to your left.
Okay. One moment.
Okay, now he does not know that you messed up, so don't beat yourself up over this, okay?
Okay.
He does not know. What you did now is you stopped and you asked him to back up, and now you're asking him to go forward. Okay, get your hands a little bit close. I've put them a little closer together. And what we're going to have you do is just pick that hand up. Don't animate your arms too much. There you go. Pull and let go. Pull and let go. Gently, you just touch him and let go. That way, he doesn't try to root for that bit. You just touch, let go. Touch, let go. Oh, look at that. See how he's starting to respond? See that?
He doesn't have to do his right stirrup either, so. That was
Boy.
my blonde for the day.
You are having a blonde moment, aren't you?
Yeah.
lawn moment is okay, but when you got 5 or 6 of them together, you know I love you, Taryn.
Well, it's going much better now.
Yes. See, and now keep your hands together. Don't take. What you're trying to do, I think, is you're trying to take him in hand too much and control him. Well, all you're asking him to do is respond. We don't care how sloppy it is at this point. It'll get better. Just pull and release. Pull and release with your hands closer together. Put them about the width of your shoulders. That way you have plenty of room to drop that rein.
And I'm having to pull pretty hard. Otherwise, I can't get him to turn across the round cross.
Okay, and when you do that, when he pulls, then go ahead and pull that elbow back and make him pull around.
Good boy.
And go, there you go. Now stay behind him. Don't get off to the side of him. Stay behind him. You're going to have to work a little bit harder. And this is the pain for this. Wait till you start running a little bit more. There we go. Did you stop him or did he stop?
He stopped.
Okay. You kept him going. That's good. He wasn't much of a stop. That's why I asked if you... There you go. That's better. See, he's rooting less, but he still does. But it's okay. He's still got some habit going. There you go. Good job. Keep pulling. Pull, pull, pull. Pull, pull, let go. Pull, let go. Ah, good job. Very good job. You feel how you're in his mouth and then letting him go?
Kind of.
Okay. You're not pulling on it steady until you needed to pull him hard, and then you still let go. That's what you're going to do in his mouth when you're on his back. See, he's rooting for that rein, and there's nothing there. You're not pulling against you. That's what we'll.
Direction is what is so difficult.
Yeah, and you're just going to have to live with that until he gets used to it. So turn him in twice as many circles that direction or S turns than you do on the side that works well. And make sure that you drop that opposite rein. Don't put any pressure on it. You've got to throw that opposite rein away. No tension on it at all. There you go. There you go. That's better. Better. Much better. Okay, let's stop him and back him up.
Ooh.
Doing a great job. And he's just going to have to get over this rooting. It's a real temptation to try to control him by keeping pressure on his mouth and on those reins. Don't do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, that's counterintuitive. You think you control a horse by pulling him back and holding on to him. You do not control a horse by doing that. I mean, I'm pretty good size, and I can't control a horse that way if they really want to take off. Mentally, you need to get in their head and say, okay, he says stop, or she says stop, and she pulls back. I need to stop. All right. Have you got a tarp handy or a sack?
Yeah.
Let's grab that. What we're going to do is we're going to get ready to mount him, and have you work on this next week. Throwing that on the opposite side of him, act like you're going to mount, and put some pressure on that saddle at the same time you're pushing his attention on the opposite side by just kind of moving that sack around to that tarp. And I want to make sure that he is listening to you, but at the same time, not moving away from that pressure. And what I mean by that is when you put your foot in the stirrup, step up on him, you're up above him. All of a sudden, that's a different world for him. And then when you go to throw that leg over the side, they see that movement, and that's a potential spook for you.
So I'm just sat, and then you want me to put weight in the stirrup, or you want me to stand up in the stirrup?
Okay, right there. What I'd like you to do, see how, now look at his awareness, and his mouth, his head is up, his ears are back. Oh, that's all flat. Okay, look, and he's looking at it, so there's a little bit of anxiety there. So what I'd like you to do, if you can, and if you need to drop that stirrup down way low, that's okay, because you're not going to get on his back right now. But it gives you a lot shorter step to reach up to.
That's as low as it'll go.
Okay. Do I see you wearing tennis shoes?
Yeah, hiking boots.
Hiking boots. Okay. Do they have a substantial heel on them?
Yeah, but they're pretty grippy.
Yeah, I noticed they're pretty grippy.
Yeah.
That's a potential issue. I like a smooth bottom boot so I can get in and out of that stirrup especially out if you needed to. But we're gonna we're going to let you sulk about that and not knowing what metal's on that bit.
I'm going to put my feet in the stirrups today.
Okay. And yeah, you probably didn't anticipate that, and I didn't either, really, but he's doing so well. We've got a couple of minutes. Let's go ahead and pick him up like you're going to with the rein, like you're going to get on him. Hold him up, and make sure that you got a good hold on him so he can't go forward. There you go. That rein to the mane. There you go. Now reach up and try to put some weight in that stirrup while you're doing that. And you don't have to move that sack the whole time. There you go. There you go. Good.
Boy.
Now he'll step away. That's fine. There. Look at him cock that hind leg. Look at that, or the horrible anxiety that's going through his head right now. It's not there. He's relaxed. That's a good sign.
Good boy.
There you go. Good. Yeah, now he's cocked the other one. Good. That's relaxation.
Good boy.
He's still aware. Those ears are kind of pinned a little bit, but I don't think it's an issue. There you go.
Boy.
And just kind of bounce up a little higher if you can. There you go. Good. He's just watching you. That's really good. If you can kind of bounce up about halfway, really bounce yourself up. Now your quads are going to burn a little bit.
I need to do some stretches.
There you go. There you go. Good job. See, you're putting weight on that. There you go. Perfect. Now, if you need to, what I'll do is make that near side rein a little bit shorter so you can, if you're going to pull him, see the way he's turned right now?
Yeah.
Push. If he was to spook, he would throw you and push you, and you could get hurt. So always have that inside rein, that's rein next to you, a little bigger, pull that eye towards you so he's watching you, and then go ahead and step up. And then all he's going to do if he takes off, he's just going to kind of turn in a circle away from you, and you can just step down and let him go. Don't let him go with the bridle, but you don't have to try to get in that saddle.
Good boy.
There, that's better. Much better. Oh, good job.
Good boy.
Good. Very good, Taryn. That's good. Look at his lip. Did you see that lip kind of quivering? Look at that.
Yeah. He's blinking.
Yep,
He looks
good.
like he's asleep.
And this is, I don't want anybody to misinterpret. This is not a distraction on the opposite side. This is nothing more than him getting used to having a lot of stuff going on at once, so that when you throw that leg over, he's used to having movement over there. This is not to distract him away from you climbing on his side. I want to make sure that's very, very clear. I never use distraction as a tool to train. It does no good because you don't get sensitized to what's going on. I just lost my camera. There, it's back. And I see you poised stoically as it's, there we go. Now we're back. Okay, good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know where. Do people actually do that? Distract it? I mean, I feel like horses don't distract.
You'd be surprised what people will do to distract their animal so that they can get away with something or try something new. There's some wild things out there that people do. And you look at them and you look between their eyes and you go, is there anything in there? You know, you're looking to get yourself hurt when you do that. There you go. Yeah, take that off. It's not a bad idea.
Good boy. He's so good.
And I think if you can do the same thing on this side, I think this is a really good session, Taryn. You're doing some things. I watch you do some things that you're picking up intuitively, and some questions that you have that you already kind of know the answer to. You know, for instance, when do they release? Do they always release during something they're doing or not? Those are all really good questions that you are finding the answers to yourself, and that's great. That tells me that you're thinking on your own, and you're not, and I know you're like that. You're not just gonna do stuff blindly. You're gonna ask questions, and that's perfect. This horse will never, ever be the same as any other horse you ever train. They're all different. Every single one of them is different. And different ones will remind you of other horses that you forgot about years ago. I mean, many years ago. some little thing will come up and you go, oh, God, I remember that with that horse. I forgot about that horse. It'll happen. So it's not a cookie cutter training, but your awareness of what they're doing and the changes that I see that you're noticing is all important. That is the thing to watch because you're reading your horse.
Good boy. Good boy. Good horse.
And I don't know how good my battery is. I think it's pretty good on my phone, but it's beeping at me like maybe I'm losing a battery or something. But if you can do this, there we go. Hey, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one that's got kind of a not as stretchy right leg.
Oh, geez. This is embarrassing. Good boy.
Can't blame it on Halloween candy.
Good boy.
Good job. Very good job. And this is the side that you would be more concerned about, right? Because he's normally not that anxious about having you do anything over there. So this is important. And Celia, this goes to show you the difference in how he acts. He's a little bit more, his head's up a little bit more, he's watching a little bit more. Very good. The other side, he's okay. Look at him. He's wanting to move a little bit.
Yeah, he did want to walk.
Yep, he wants to move off, and that's okay. Don't let him do it. Good job. Do one more time. I want to see his mouth. I'd love to see his mouth kind of move a little bit. And you're not pulling his head around. That's perfect. When you're mounting, it's okay to do that to get his eye, and then let him have a loose rein. There you go. Control. All you're doing is controlling his feet, controlling him right there. Perfect. Good job. You're trying to get so I can see his mouth, and that's good. I appreciate that.
Move.
Very good.
Good boy.
Very good.
Jungle.
One more time up and just kind of hang there a little bit. And get closer to him. There you go, like that. Oh, good. Quit right there. Did you see that drop and look at him chew and lick?
Yeah.
He's looking at the other side. This is a really good time. This is a perfect time to stop.
Okay.
Look at that. Look at that acceptance. Look at what's going on there. He's calm. His ears are not pinned. He's chewing. He's licking. I bet he's blinking like crazy. I thought I could see him blink, but it's hard to see.
Yeah, he's fluttering.
Yeah. Very good. I would call that good.
Okay. Good boy.
Okay. Now, I am going to be in Florida next Tuesday, so we're going to have to do something here a little different. I'll get with you after this, and we'll make another plan. I'm leaving Thursday, day after tomorrow, and I'll be back on, I think it's Tuesday, actually.
Okay.
Maybe I'll be back Monday. I don't know. Maybe I won't get out of where I can get.
Stay in Florida.
Pardon me? I'm going to go down and see if I can single-handedly wipe out Zika. If I can do that, I'll be a hero, right?
Good luck.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, you know what? I'm going to be back Monday night, late. So I think we'll be able to do this regular time. Sorry about that.
Okay.
This will be good. And I would prepare, if you can work on some more of this, don't mount him. Just do what you're doing. If you can stand up on him a little bit more on his side and he doesn't move, that's fine. Just try to keep him from moving. Do some more of that. And next time, can you have that corral so we only have 8 panels?
Yeah.
Let's do that, and then let's take all distractions away because I think that he's ready to mount. If he was home, I would get on him today, but we want to make sure we control your environment completely, and we'll do something a little bit different. You'll get on him. We will ride him for, when I say we, I'll be on my chair here with a cup of coffee in my hand. You'll have all of the danger and everything going, but we'll ride him for, 5-10 minutes. We'll stop, we'll get off, we'll give him a little bit of a break, and we're gonna do that repetitively 3 or 4 times, maybe through the hour, and that will give him a lot of mounting back and forth. So wear your loose pants, stretch your legs out, and give me some soft-soled shoes or some smooth-soled shoes with a heel, because it's going to be important for that. I do not want to get you hurt. But making that corral small and then containing our environment with people and puppies would be perfect.
Okay. So as far as homework, he's doing all of this, but should I lay my belly over his back or bring the mounting block in and stand up on the mounting block so I'm higher?
I know that you can do that if you want to make it a little easier. It might have some mixed success because if he moves off, you're going to be dragging that all the way along. I'd like to be able to have you mount from the ground because it puts more torque in the saddle that way. And we need him to experience that as much as possible and yet still stand still. Remember, it's the desensitization of the pressure on his back.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's not necessarily fun for our quadriceps, and our hips, but that's kind of the. You ever see an old horse trainer that walks straight?
No.
Okay, you're going to end up like that too if you keep this up.
Probably.
So you prepped him well. I think emotionally, I'm watching you, and I can see a change in your demeanor right now. A little bit. There's a little nervousness there, and I don't blame you, and I would be too. But we want to control this as much as possible, and I think you're going to be just fine. If you want to lay your chest or your belly over his back, and he stands, that's absolutely fine. Go ahead and do that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I like to do that, and then I like to also stroke them and pet them on their neck and shoulder and their hind end while I'm leaned over there. I want them to feel that they're going to have pressure and movement on that side.
And that's where you would be petting them when you're on their back. Is that why you do that, or?
Yes, because I'm gonna have movement over there. Their leg is going to be over there, and I'm going to reach down and pet them from time to time when I'm on them too. There's going to come a time later on when if you're wearing a cap or something, you're going to take it off and you're going to slap it on his shoulder and his neck and his hind end. We'll have you doing that. It's all about desensitization and then move up to a slicker and stuff. But these first few times this week, use your sack if you need to. I don't think you really need it much more, to be honest with you. But if you want to, just to prep him for that other side, and then once you start leaning over his back on your belly, you can pat his neck, stroke him, his shoulder, reach back and keep pressure. Just keep moving back across that saddle and on his hind end and flank and belly and the root of his tail. Just make sure you can touch him everywhere, leaning over him on both sides. And if you can get that far, you're going to be doing great.
Okay.
Any questions?
Right now, no.
Okay. Once again, Sharon, you're doing really, really well. You're doing really well. I'm very pleased and not surprised.
I do have one question.
Okay.
Am I going to be steering him the first time I ride him?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so
that's a very good question. Let's have you do a little bit additional homework.
Okay.
I want you to drive him some more. If you would, work him in the lines and speed him up. Get him to trot, and then have him stop very well and immediately back up. Remember how we've done that in the clinics before, where we stop and immediately back up. I would like you to have that really good control on the whoa and the back up, because the very first thing you're going to do when you get on his back to move him is guess what?
Back up.
You're going to back up. Absolutely. Because that going backward gives him direction without a lot of control. You're in total control. And it's movement, and movement is big. The first time you turn him one way or the other, he's going to see this is a whole different thing going on, and this is where you have the potential for them to spook and run, and that's why we want the smaller area to control him, control your environment, and do what you need to do. I know we got to go. We went a little bit long, but excellent job.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you next week.
See you next week.
All right. And I'll hang on the chat here for a little bit if somebody has a question or two. Celia says she's a little nervous too, so I think we all are. This is one of those areas that when you get to it, it's even with the years that I've done this, I have a little bit of anxiety when you do that because you never know exactly what's going to happen. That's why I have 2 artificial legs. I'm just kidding. I got an artificial brain. That was a transplant. All right. Yes, thank you both, Jake for cam operating, Taryn for doing well, and Mystery for being a good sport. And what's your pup's name? I forget your dog's name. I'm sorry.
Trey.
Shane?
Like three in Spanish.
Like what in Spanish?
Like three in Spanish. Trey.
Trey? Oh, Trey. Okay.
Yeah.
Me and no español hablo.
Clearly.
Me llamo Carlos Danger. You know about Carlos Danger, right?
No.
Okay, well, never mind.
Okay.
Well, I'm getting political there, and we don't do that. Uh-oh. Trace, thank you, Celia. Yes, she wrote Trace for me.
Oh, thanks, Celia.
Trace. Okay, what's a Trace? That's a Trace.
His full name is Trace Bob. He's our friend Bob.
You can trace a picture. A trace is also a piece of harness. It's also a trail.
Well, he would fit into that.
That's true.
Traces the horses.
Yeah, there he goes again.
Drasses around and around. That's the spot.
Oh, it's funny. Yeah, look at his demeanor is so good. He's just kind of hanging out and not a problem.
He's so in tune.
Yeah.
I mean, just winks and things out, curious, but doesn't care at the same time. But
he's really growing into that body. I'm pleased to see that.
yeah, he's sold out. He's not so gangly.
Yep. Getting past those teenage years.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I am. I'm still gangly. If I was 7'6", I'd be gangly, right?
Yeah.